What are you talking about, Harvey? What stream volume?
What the fuck are you talking about, man? You came, they came. You build it, they come. That's what the fuck you mean.
Oh my God. No.
Jesus Christ, man. It's so complicated.
Harvey.
Yeah.
I didn't know what you meant by look at what you started. I was like, I thought something bad
okay,
happened.
so the moment you got there, there was like 6 people.
Oh.
Now look at 10. What you started?
All right, guys. Pay attention to 97.75. We need to close below that for any kind of additional downside. And it's a time base, so it has to close before PMI. So only
or 9:45.
I believe it's in 30 minutes.
That's at 10. Sorry. Oh no. Well, it's at 9:45. Which one?
It's in 8 minutes. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So right before PMI.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like the ES play is going to be in. Bayman, if you're still in, fuck, can you change your name back? God damn it. Not kidding. I don't really care. Because I look at the top of the list.
He's doing good. Right now.
What?
He's got if he's still going.
If you're still long, I think you're fine. Reason being is because the risk spreads are so very positive. So this is the same thing that I was talking to Chia about. You got to look at. You can't just say, "Oh, bonds are down, so ES should be up," or "Bonds are up and ES should be down." It's the relationship between it. Bonds are still down a lot more than ES, and it's not just based on percentage, right? So seems to me like there could be quite a bit of upside. So if you look at ES right now, it's like it dropped below slightly -1, the daily -1. But if you look at bonds, we're way over below -3, right? So this is why the daily levels are so important, is because you don't look at the percentages. So for instance, percentages, ES is down 0.23, bonds are down 0.63. You're like, oh, it's only 0.4, right? It's so much more than that, right? You need to know how far, like 0.4 is not created equal across the board, right? It's much easier for, say, crude or NQ to get to 0.4 or 1% or even more than, say, the bonds. So, but yeah, anyways, risk spreads still looking pretty positive. I saw where you got in. I thought about it because at least I can lean on this 97.75, but I just didn't get any signals to get in. But good on you for getting in.
No, I kind of saw it, and if you look at the thing, it was like must have used a really tight time frame to do it. You got to be careful on. That's yeah, like I saw it. It was just super tight. Yeah, exactly. There it is, right there. You're pointing at it.
Yeah,
it's just so tight.
Yeah.
In the pre-market like that, I have a hard time using the smallest of time frames. It doesn't seem to line up. Like I have to go out.
Yeah.
Like 1 minute, whatever, right? Like especially at 9 o'clock at night for me. 9 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, midnight. It's not. Yeah, it's really tough to get that tight time frame to work out.
Harvey, I mean to interrupt you real quick.
No, go ahead.
PMI is at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. You're thinking about the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. I'm talking about the ISM PMI. That's the more important thing. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, exactly. So which one? Yeah.
Yeah, the
Jobs too, right? The jobs is going to be important, isn't it?
no, PMI overshadows that.
But I mean, it's still important because they kind of
I'm,
basing.
I'm not entirely sure it's going to move anything.
Never know
But
because they're at the same time.
you saw the construction spending month over month. That's important. That's more important than the jobs. Yeah, that's way more important than jobs. Yesterday, Royal Bank of Australia halted their interest rate talks. So it's not stalling per se. So they're not like necessarily saying, "Oh, we're not going to um, raise interest rates." They're just putting, you know, they're putting things on hold. Okay, so that's creating the dollar being extremely bullish. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to hold. It's just as of now, this is where the money's flowing to. They're like, okay, well, if you're holding, then we're just going to keep on pumping it, which is why the Australian dollar is down so much. Just a FYI, which is also in turn hurting a lot of other currencies out there as well. So uh, I was trying to get bullish in the pound and euro. I made very little off of it. What's that? Yeah, I only made like $218 off of it. But it's a no go. So don't think too much about the currencies as of today. Unless something crazy happens. But other than that. So
Canadian was that's quite the shift.
Exactly, right? You see like the massive shift. You see the Swiss shift rapidly as well. Like it already rejected yesterday's take profit. It came all the way back down, and then as soon as Australia's like,
what does Ira say? What did Ira say?
marry the Ira, yeah, don't get married to a trade.
Don't you know what I mean? It's a trade. Like take it from level to level.
Yep.
And you never know what tomorrow morning's going to bring, right? That's the married to it. Still married to the short in general, but I mean, I'm wrong.
In ES,
everything. I see it. The only problem I see is that goddamn Russell.
Well, this is the only thing that's strong, but there's ESNQ is looking really shitty. But it's in that time of the year. I don't know how this is going to, truly recover. This might be a decent long. Sorry, say that again.
What about the Dow?
The Dow looks pretty weak as well, in my opinion. It's about structurally about the same area as ES and NQ. This could be a good long in the Russell right now. But of course, we're pretty damn close to the
fucking 2 minutes, man. In R2.
Yeah, so I don't really love the timing of it, but
it's always fucking something.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta do it though, right? Just like Bayman. Bayman said, "Who cares about any PMIs?" 1 minute should kind of give us a little something. I'll try to get it if I can. Crap. Ran too far. I was trying to get at 95.1. Couldn't really. Maybe I can now. It's like I got tagged in. It's gonna be an insane drawdown. We'll risk mitigate quickly. Actually,
Are you working Russell or what? Didn't let me back to yeah, working Russell.
yeah, I'm working Russell. Yeah.
Work that bitch.
Risk mitigation at 98.6 for now. Actually,
Risk is at
low of the day.
1-3.
Low of the day.
Yeah. Sign you.
It's out. Yeah.
Don't love it, but a lot for me to love. I'm on it today.
What you want?
Talking. What about CL 8110?
CL?
8110.
1 second.
12. 112.
You mean for a long?
Yeah, it's in them. Yeah, it's not good. Never mind.
No, I think, yeah.
But I mean, might take a hot minute.
We're getting really toppy with crude, so you know. And
well, if you go out? Yeah, like Jesus, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to engage in this right now, right before PMI. Just FYI. Risk mitigation 98.6. I got filled on my personal account, which is always good. More important. And I can risk mitigate already. risk mitigated in both my personal account and on this another account. Are you still in, Zorro? You started with 4, I assume. Oh, you fuck. Why? Can I ask why? Oh, you're gonna scale it. Was it not in a good? Was it not a good entry? Meaning, did you not like the entry? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. All right. If you don't like the entry, then I'm okay with you scaling out. You know, but if you like the entry, there's no reason to scale in. There's no reason. 98, 88. Actually, I'm gonna just keep watching this. Yeah, if it's a good entry, there's no reason for you to scale up or scale in. Possible exit if you want to at like 98.88 or 98.80. Is what I was thinking, but I don't think that looks good anymore. I'm gonna probably just drag my stop loss up and get out. All right, I'm stopped out of it. Not even a 1-to-1. The reason why I got out is just because of the PMI. And I only enter with 2 contracts, and that's the shitty thing about entering with 2 contracts is that you often will get screwed that way. It's not smart. You increase risk. I'll keep saying that. You increase risk when you trade with 2 contracts. If you love the entry, then you should just go full on and just accept the risk. You should talk to Retro about that. You know, that was something that her and I kind of talked about early on about like having large stops, and my stops are large, but oftentimes, you know, it's the same thing. I think I've said it to you before. It's like you have a small stop. How many times are you going to enter, and does that equate to just having one stop at a further distance at the true actual, you know, invalidation of your trade idea, right? So
Add up the hits, right? Add up the hits.
yeah, I mean, I've done that too before, you know, because it feels good when you enter, say, with a 1 point stop loss, and then you get stopped out, you get stopped out, you get stopped out, and then the fourth one and the third one, it goes and you get 5-1 off that 1 point stop loss. You're like, yeah, but truthfully, you didn't. You risked 4R to make 5, so you didn't make 5-1 or anything like that. You know, slightly better than 1-1, if even that. And I kind of don't think most people even get 5R on a single trade. So, yeah, so I would say that sometimes further stops are better, lower size. Like, this is the thing about my gripe with these combine stuff, even though I'm an affiliate of it, you know, is that they don't, their mission isn't to really create or foster uh, a good trader. Sure, if you can trade, they'll make money whether you win or lose, right? But um, their their goal isn't to find or to help traders. Their goal is to find a trader that can trade and trade on their behalf to make them money, and that's it. And if you can't, you still make them money. But you know, their mission statement isn't to like, oh, provide the best rules so that traders can make money. And you know, yeah. Anyways, yeah, you are definitely doing a lot better, um, Zorro. Zorro. These are all good takes, and the Russell, to be honest with you, if it was so close to PMI, I probably would take a shit ton more. We got 5 minutes. Even if Russell comes back and stops me out on my personal account, I'm still up. Reason because I didn't risk mitigate um, in a traditional sense. It was risk mitigation too. All right, guys. For all of you guys in the private chats, like Flying Knife and Levels Chatter, it's a new month. Make it a point, and make it a goal of yours this month. Your month's goal is to journal, fucking like you're a pro. That's what your goal should be, not necessarily making money, any of that. Just take the slow month to just journal like a fucking pro. Just tell yourself that. It's good push. 06 06.5 Bayman, if you're still holding, is where you're probably watching that a potential takeoff. Remember our discussion yesterday that you're not really looking to hold for life here. It is the summer, you know, it's the last push, before the summer months. So you want to take things off a little bit earlier than normal. Great, great fucking push. And as you're watching this, Bayman, you should be probably journaling.
team is unavailable by phone today. You can send an email to at topstep.com. Head to topstep.com and start a chat with one of our trader support specialists.
So ES did not do that close. We're not loving it right now. So ES is no go. We're not playing ES. Let's take a look at crude. Crude's not in that level yet. It's getting there. Don't look at the bonds. Bonds are already stalled out. It could maybe get a little bit lower, but you're not expecting much of anything, JJ. So, if you want to scalp this a little bit, I think that's fine. I think you're leaning a little bit more to the upside, bottom range upside. So maybe, 123.15 and up. It's overextended for the day. Crude is almost there. I'm still waiting for the capital to show me it's a good long or short. It's a real high in ES. Sorry, Bayman, are you in ES or are you in Russell? I forget. I think you were in Russell. MES. Okay, cool. So that was a real high in ES. NQ, everything's copacetic, everything's a good high. If Russell breaks to the upside, it could be a fake high, but we're not we're not necessarily caring about that. Everything's copacetic with the Dow. Everything's all right in the world of crude. So ES is a no-go. If anything, I don't really see anything. I was gonna say, if anything, it could be a possible scalp to the upside. NQ is significantly weaker than ES. Whoops. I just realized I journaled incorrectly. That's correct. You're still looking at, if you're looking at Russell, you're looking at 2006.5. You just gotta find entries. I don't see anything until much later. We're probably needing to break. Actually, let me see something real quick. I can take one more off here. And 117. Taking one more off here if I can get filled at 0170 in the Russell. Filled. This is a lot of buying and not a lot of movement upwards, but we'll see. This could be a reflection point to come down. Yeah, this could be a reflection point to come down. Pulling up my stop loss. I'm going to probably pull it up to 99.6. I've already tapped it. It looks like I'm going to be out soon. All right, I'm out. $1,000 for that. All right, cool. Russell shot down, which is a good exit by me, luckily. So that's, I just saw a lot of buying and not a lot of movement. And that should usually tell you something. So that near a high was actually a fake high. And, for me, it's like the effort versus results, right? If you're putting in a lot of effort, you expect, as a buyer, you expect to get results. And if you don't, you just get the fuck out. Which, as someone being long, and I see a lot of buyers trying to do their thing and they're unable to, then you just get out. Especially in this environment, during the summer months, you're just taking your money early. You just, get out. Yeah, Russell would have been a good short, Peter. Good on you for looking at it. So this is a quite interesting spot. There aren't a lot of sellers, but there aren't a lot of buyers either. So the question is, the sellers are just extremely efficient. I think it's a good idea to take a short ZN8. I think that I missed my opportunity to take that short. You're right, Jackie. It's because I don't spend time calculating the R amount for this journal. So this journal is something that a couple of us are doing together, and I'm just not going to sit there and calculate what I need to do. So you're absolutely right. That's not good practice. So for my personal account, I'll use a correct R amount, and I know what that R amount is, and I'll plug it in to say, if I'm trading the Russell right here, let's just say, you're long at 1999.6, your stop's at 1998.2, and then, I'll do 2 contracts, let's just say, and it'll calculate what that risk is. And then I'll be like, okay, well, what's my R? So I can, then just
Yeah, but
say,
it's
okay.
not. He's asking like again, it's not set in stone, right? The R, I take
No, it should be.
1.5 R. Oh, I don't know.
He's talking about the monetary. At least
The
that's what I
max.
hope he's asking.
That's the max. Like you can always come back from that a little, right? Like that's the max. Like I don't want to take more than an R drawdown.
No, you should get as close to your R as possible. Meaning, if your R is, and this is for a traditional account, right, Jackie?
Well, no,
and
let's just
Harvey.
think about it the way Zoro did it. You know what I mean? He scaled in, so now his R is fucked.
Well,
because he scaled in, so now it's different. He didn't get the rest of his size on, right? You get what I'm getting at? Like,
yeah, I do. I understand what you're talking about.
like
I think
so. There's a max R, which I kind of try to stick to, right?
I think for the most part, unless there's a scale in which I agree with you that it does skew things, for the most part, and when I say the most part, I mean, you shouldn't be scaling into more than, too many of your trades, right? In my opinion, at least. Not that there's anything wrong with scaling, but I think, for the most part, you should keep your R consistent, as close as possible. Because you don't know, and as much as people, they're completely, there's nothing florid I can say about what I'm about to say. They're completely wrong if they say, oh, I trade this better, I trade that better. It's like, no, you don't know what's going to win, you don't know what's going to lose. The market's going to do what the market's going to do, right? It's slightly better than saying, oh, I'm going to win this blackjack hand because I feel it, versus another blackjack hand, right? When you take a single trade, a single occurrence, it's unpredictable. So you need to keep it as close to the same R as possible, because if you think that it's a bad setup or a lower setup and you go, well, maybe not setup per se, but if you just have this feeling like, oh, I don't feel like my system's going to do well today, you lower size, you ruin your entire system. Which is why I said you should always be systematic. Yeah, that's why I hesitated, Chow. Because I was going to say different setups, not really. It's more so like the feeling of it. Oh, I feel like today's a bad day to take longs, or I feel like this, or feel like that. That's what I really meant. You're absolutely right, Joe. Jackie, again, you're absolutely right. My R is different because I'm just entering max size. Almost no matter what, I'm entering max size. I'm not scaling it, because with the evaluation, you can't scale it any more or less, right? So if I have a very, very tight stop for a certain setup and I go with minis, I can't just put on 10 minis or 4 or 5 or 6 as I please. That if that was the case, then I would draw down my R greatly, just so that in case I encounter a setup that allows me to have 1 point stop loss or 1.5 point stop loss, then I would scale up to what the evaluations are. um
So wait a second. Is this the same Jackie Daytona as like 6 months ago? I got a bill.
Yeah, right. I always trade with all in scale out. I mean, it's really rare for me to ever scale into something rare. Um, yeah, really rare. I mean, I might do it once every other week, or maybe even once a month. I don't know. It's rare. I don't really know what you're sending in that picture. 50 shares, number.
It's far
Okay.
too complicated for live action.
Yeah. I think I understand that actually. It's probably someone's journal. Yeah, it's my entry risk on my personal account is always consistent. When I say consistent, I mean it's like off a couple $100. You know, I here. This is, let's just say my R is $500, right? This thing will calculate it for me. So let's just say it's 500 and I have a really tight stop. So let's just say it's at 45.94.25, stops at 44.92. So if it's at 500, I know already right here that I can just bump this up, right? If I bump this up, it shows me it's way past 500, so I'll just drop down to 400. So it's always hovering around a certain number. And if I change this to, let's just say the Russell, right? The Russell doesn't do that. So if I change this to the Russell, say it's at 1990, and then stops at 1986, and let's just say it's again at 500 is the number we're trying to get at. We got to reduce this to 200 because I rather go under than over, right? So then I'll trade two. But I don't like trading two, so what do? I'll just try change it to M2K, and I'll put this at 25, right? And then there I have $500 of risk. So I don't do that with this account, is what I'm trying to say. I do that for a normal account. I already programmed to my spreadsheet, so it just tells me instantly, like, I'll, because I have time. I don't need to enter fast, exit fast. So I have time to calculate what I need to put on as size for the next trade. So the picture you sent above, I get it. It's too, the variable is too wide, which then your win rate and everything else doesn't matter, but it skews everything. So I agree with you. This is fucked because if you look at it, sometimes I'll trade full contracts, sometimes I'll trade small contracts. It's just fucked. I don't disagree. But again, I will take time to adjust my personal account rather than this account. Like, this doesn't really mean anything. No, that doesn't mean anything, but you get it. Real lows. Interesting enough, the Russell's off big lows.
The bonds are at a major level.
They got down to
that other one. Yeah.
Holy shit! Thank you. I didn't think it was going to drop any further.
I mean, I guess I was just watching the level, so I'm like, I guess it'll go there.
I mean, you're not wrong. Good call. And Gigi was asking about this too. Gigi, you're like, is it going to test that level again? And then initially it's like, I don't know. And now I'm like, and then, a couple days or a week ago. I was like, yeah, I think it's going to test it. Walter, the stream starts. I try to. I mean, I honestly, I have meetings till about 8 a.m., 8:15 sometimes, and then after that I jump on. But today I kind of jumped on late because it's like, oh, no one was on, so it's like I didn't get on. Right, just to re-answer that question, I do for the most part all in scale out, and I think the worst method is absolutely just adding two losers. That's hands down the worst method. But all out method, all in, all out method is also probably worse than scaling out. All in, all out is not a good method, in my opinion. I have a CPA. I actually, when I got profitable the first year, it wasn't much, so I just did it myself. And then afterwards, I had to look for a CPA because it got complicated.
Professional accountant.
You should always look for a CPA, especially if you're trading. And you should always look for an Indian guy, a Jewish guy, or Asian guy to do your shit.
So true.
He goes, do you go to school? I was like, no. He goes, do you want to? I was like, what are you gonna do? And he was like, you need to buy books, don't you? I was like, okay. So, yeah. He wrote some shit off.
Again, you don't need to worry about any of the accounting side of things until you make money.
It's a good problem to have, but wait until you have that problem.
No, it is. And my brother, he's trying to fire something up right now, and he's going on and on about all this other stuff. I'm like, just don't worry about that stuff. Like, just make money.
That's it's called counting your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, like he's like, well, what about getting T-shirts and branding my truck? And I'm like, fuck, man, don't do any of that shit. That's what people lose. That's how they lose their businesses, because they overspend at the beginning. The same idea with this business. You can overspend. Like I've seen guys that throw down thousands on screens and all the rest of it, computers, screens, all the rest of it, and then they don't go any further than 1 year, and it's like.
Major level.
Cool.
Major level in Russell.
I know major level in Russell.
Oh.
The major level in Russell.
What is it, or are you?
I said there is a major level in Russell. I was going to bring that up a minute ago.
Okay.
It was actually lining up with the bond level.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting.
We all work. Yeah.
I can't get into my goddamn account. I'm fucking half tilted now.
Is it the same issue Bayman had yesterday?
Oh, it's every month when it restarts the combine, it kicks me out, and then I don't know. I didn't pay attention the last time it kicked me out, so now I can't remember how to do it. And now they're not answering phone calls today or some shit.
Jackie, you as a U.S. citizen, you need to pay taxes no matter where you go. If you make over 150,000, I think it is, per year, no matter what you do, you need to pay taxes.
There's a minimum. You can also make up to like in Canada, I'm Canadian, up to what was it, 9,999 as a side job, and be non-taxable. Okay, so but anything above that,
Yeah, if you're working overseas, you're making the amount. I
that's
think that.
a visa, isn't it? That you need. I don't know much about that.
No, you need to pay taxes no matter where you're at.
Like to your home country, right? Like
Yeah, to your home country. U.S. citizens do. Canadians don't necessarily need to if they don't report it. And I don't think they track as much as the U.S. does because I know my friend doesn't. Walter, I try to pay at the end of the year because
Jesus,
you can
what are
use
talking
your
about,
money.
Walter, 10%. That's gorgeous. Where do you live? That's fucking 10%, dude. That's killer. Where?
10%.
Fuck,
How do you
that's
even have
awesome.
10% and have any services?
What? Yeah, right. They won't even pave the road. There's like no pavement at all. Like not even gravel. It would be like just dirt. Two divots in the road.
Seriously.
Like we're in Canada here. Your base is like I think it's 28, 26, something like that. Excuse me.
Jesus,
Still a base.
13%. Jackie, you're like in Thailand, aren't you?
Ah,
Or somewhere over there.
13% is wow.
Jackie's in Germany, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Where are you from, Jackie?
I'm moving. California, is it even higher?
California's high.
Well, Chow, you're in Canada, but California is super high, isn't it? It's like 38% or something fucking, yeah, like 50%.
Yeah, New York's crazy too.
Yeah, New
Depends
York
what
and
business you're in, right? Like,
California is redonkulous.
No, pay a lot.
Well, I guess I was wrong about that level because we didn't close below it, and yet we went to one tick inside the AOE, and fucking there it is. God damn it! I need to get better at this. This thing. This sucks.
Why was that level time dependent?
It has to do with price
First
action on the higher time frame. So if we were to print that, then that would be a good pullback. But we didn't print it, and it was a good pullback. And so was crude. Son of a bitch. I didn't even realize I missed crude's alert. This is what happens when we talk about taxes during the market hours. I'm just kidding. In all honesty, I mean, I might grade crude as a no-go. I mean, I see an entry. It's just you take quite a bit of heat on it. Yeah. No, not really. The pullback was actually okay. I mean, I don't know if I would have gone fill, but 39 was actually a good pullback in my book. Bayman. Oh, right. You live in Russia. Do you live near, I remember I went to a resort place in Vietnam, and it was just a shit ton of Russian people and a lot of Russian flags. Like, the waitresses were speaking in Russian. And they were Vietnamese. I thought that was pretty cool.
Zero, you give us that level in ES, the top one. Are there any more levels above that?
Yeah.
Or you don't have them?
Yeah, they're
You don't have them.
no,
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you gave it to us?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
stick with the levels, fucker.
All right, God. It wasn't helping certain people. Like, um,
Why aren't they helping people? Like, are
because
people
they're
not
just
using
not bigger time frame traders, right? So I don't know. I didn't want it to distract people.
Yeah, I guess like if you're not
Yeah.
actively watching them, it's not helpful.
And if you're not knowing how to use it, I was afraid that was actually causing more harm than good.
Facts. That makes sense.
I'm just breaking your notes.
Yeah, right. That's mainly what I do, actually. I don't want to downplay what I'm doing, in NinjaTrader, because it's still money and it's still important. It's important still, but I focus on this more. So I'll often trade that before I trade the the ES or anything, and I'll usually those are swing trades. So
Are you still long that mini? Weren't
yeah,
you like long a mini a long time? You're still long.
yeah.
That's great.
Well, I have majority of it off.
Right.
Because we're stalling really hard here.
Yeah.
It's okay, right? Plenty of opportunities. So I don't know what's going on with the Russell. Yeah.
It's falling down.
I see that.
What the fuck?
This is insane.
God damn it. Did a sync, right?
NQ just reversed like a mother.
Do you have an upside target for ES? Like in the
For a
10-ish?
day trade?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably like bull ones.
Okay.
I'll give you a bracket. 1 second. Let's see. I'll give you a bracket of it. To here. Um, so first off, by 01s. And then you're looking at 0350. But if it goes to 0350, yeah, 01s and 0350. I would assume that would be pretty much it. 01 or 0350.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Z players. Create. ES no go.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
I see nothing as of now. I guess I could have jumped on the NQ, but that was really quick and tough. Probably not something I would have been able to do. Is John in here? Nope.
What was that you were just building?
No, I was just changing the line thickness. This NQ is getting very toppy. FY. NQ is getting toppy, so if we have new highs in NQ, ES reaches 01, 0150 or something. Maybe I'll take a short. I wanted to make new highs before I take a short in NQ, so despite this price action, I still wanted to make new highs.
It's coming. It's coming. Easy.
Let me rephrase this for people who don't follow the stream often. I wanted to make new highs, and then I wanted to give us the price action, and then I want ES to also tag that level, showing a possible reversal as well.
1, 2, 3, 4. There goes down.
ES is a point and a quarter away, or was a point and a quarter away, I should say. So, right, for these scalp trades, I won't do it on my personal account. Because you have to act so fast. Swing trades, I just do on my personal account, or position trades, I'll do on my personal account. Just a FYI. It's unless I have a trade copier, which is something I was talking to Retro about, I wouldn't be able to do it. It's just way too fast. There goes the new high. So right now, I'm looking for a break. And then ES is still not there at 0150 yet. Getting close though. It could be short at 01, and that's fair by me. It doesn't have to be 0150 exact. But NQ still hasn't done it for me yet. It's getting close. There it is. So I'll probably take it. But ES still hasn't gone there yet. It's really fucking close.
Is Russell? That's 2.
Shit. I jumped the gun on that though. I got in at 08, but risk mitigation at 98.25 if we can get there. I'm watching ES closely. Because I might just cut this, because ES looks like it still wants to pump. There goes. Oh no, that's the Russell. Fuck. Russell still has a ways to go. I might cut this. It's not ready. Yeah, cutting it. I'm out. Good cut.
There's that second liquidity.
Yep. There goes ES. That 01. What did ES get up to? 01. Okay. Got up to 0175. Let's see what it goes from here. I'm not taking this, it's a good cut in my book, and I'm just gonna wait. Took a small loss on that. It was like a $45 loss. It was half size on MNQ. Because of things not setting up and NQ being its nature, I took a little smaller move.
Fuck, it's fast, man. Jesus. $700 before you blink. Sakes, man.
It's wanting to turn, but it's just, it has to wait. 15. It was a $66 loss. Oh, all right. Well, the ES is there. It did, get up to 02 or whatever. So NQ is getting ready to roll. I'm still waiting for it to close down. Oh, by the way, it's gonna be it's gonna be after London close on Wednesday. Is so tomorrow is gonna be my guest speaker is gonna come in and then. So if you can make it, great. If not, it's okay. I do have another screen, but if you're talking about tools, as in like indicators and stuff like that, this is all. This is it. Don't love the short yet, so not taking it. Originally wanted to get into 1150 in the NQ, but I don't love it yet. Um, was it Timmy who asked me about ES target? Did you get out at
I got
0150?
out. I got out already. Yep.
At 0150?
No, at 1.
Oh, okay. Well, still good. Good execution. I'll be right back, guys. Get some water. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry. Still waiting for Russell to set up. It's Oh, did it trigger already? All right, Russell did trigger, so I think shorts are good. However, let's see. Yeah, shorts are. Ah, fuck. All right, it ran already. Shit. Sorry. This is what happens when you have a wife. Fucking makes you lose money every way they can find it. Ugh.
I told you about that Costco thing, didn't I, you fucker?
What Costco thing?
You made my wife go out and get a Costco membership.
I did?
You did.
Why? What did I do?
You said
What?
something and she listened, and now we've got a Costco membership. And it's not the
Wait.
cost of the membership. It's the fact that you go there and blow $400 every time you go there. That's the problem.
Jimmy, just take the bag, babe. Babe, just take it. Just take it.
Fuck off. This thing.
I said it was ready to turn. I just didn't click the mouse.
I've been watching. What the fuck? I was trying to find something clean, and I did. And that second touch right there at
Yeah, I know.
5610. Fuck. Damn it. And I have to use my real account, so now I'm even more. On the NQ, yeah. God damn it. I wanted
All right.
30s.
Can you guys do me a favor? Just quickly look at the screen. So I have this alert set on Russell, right? So you look at the created date, it was at 7:42 Pacific Standard Time, which is 9:42, right? So 9:42, and the expectation was that the Russell was going to pull back, and this is the exact same number that I think Timmy was asking about, how far it can get up in the ES. So 1993.1 was basically the high of that pullback. I'm not bringing this up to say how precise it is, but the idea is that things need to line up. Whatever methodology you use, things need to line up. NQ got there, made the high of the day. We were expecting the ES to pull back to 01. It gets to 01. But since the Russell was not ready, you're not taking it. And then once the Russell sets up, it's 1993.1. Then you look for that price action or whatever entry method you guys use to get in, and then you hold on for dear life. So it hit 1993.1 at 9:54 Central. So NQ at 9:54 Central was basically the high of the day. And price action down, take that, you're looking at a decent profit right there. Risk mitigated, blah, blah, blah. You guys heard me say it a million times.
Get the fuck out of here with that. What was that? Bruno Mars? Come on.
You don't like fucking music?
You can fucking stick that shit in your.
Subsonic, bro.
Fucking garbage. Music? I'll send you music. Oh, I got music. Only the good shit. Like garbage.
You better miss that entry. Our roll. Oh god, I missed it again. That one tick, 2 ticks. Son of a biscuit. Hey Chia, welcome. Thanks for showing up to work. How was your spin class?
Did you see my spin post?
I did.
I can't put that out in the real world. That would just get slandered.
Yep.
The legs are jelly. Obviously they don't look, not like.
Did you go for a girl? Yeah, okay, exactly. I knew it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So predictable.
No, he missed trading just so he can go see some. It's probably for a date or something.
Saturday too. Wait, is there somebody specific or are you just checking out the scene? Scoping it out.
Were you in the back row?
Yeah, exactly.
You were in the back row, weren't you?
He was definitely in the back row.
Yep.
I wear sunglasses. That's the trick.
Harvey knows all the tricks.
I know all about it.
While you spin indoors, while you bike indoors, you wear sunglasses.
Yeah. Got this shit all day long. Be here for the rest of the
I like how Harvey has like the GIFs ready to go.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
I went with my wife to spin class, and we're both in the back. And I just had to look down on the ground because I was like, I'm gonna get in so much trouble if I look up.
You're gonna get in trouble big time.
Even if I'm not looking.
Big time. I know. You're
Even
just
if I'm not
guilty
looking.
upon
Yeah. Fuck.
being
And she-
there.
Yep. She goes, "You want to go get him?" Like, nah, my neck hurts.
I wear sunglasses all the time so I can sleep too. I have naps. All these events. Problem is that I snore.
I feel like Russell's gonna make a lower low and then just fucking come roaring back. I don't know why.
I was actually just thinking that exact same thing. I was like, I just started rolling out on the time frames, and I was like, "There's one more crack at this. We got 15 minutes till London close. Yeah, there's one
Yeah.
more crack at this." Right? You know how I know that? Because I don't know anything, but I mean, the moment I feel like I walk away, that's when the fucking shit happens, and I feel like I'm walking away right now, but I'm not. Right? You know what I mean? It's exactly the time where you're like, oh, you give up on a move or whatever or a pattern or whatever. You give up on it, and the moment you do that, when you know you're supposed to be watching the most. That fucking combine up, didn't they? Changing it. Step changed their rules, eh? I don't know. So now I bet they're getting a whole bunch of influx of people coming.
New low of the day for the Dow. It's a real low. Oh wait, it's not the new low of the day. Sorry. All right. I'll probably sign off during London. That's all. If anyone's trading gold, it has room to get down to 1970.5. Cancel my penny order in NQ. Send an alert for ES's low of the day. If we cross that, we can reevaluate to see if we want to take a long. Same thing with the Russell. More so the Russell. Of course, you want to see Dow put in a price action reversal. We're right here at major level as well. Dow's put in its proper low, in my opinion. But you gotta wait for ES and everything else in Russell. If they do run as making the new lows, NQ can run to 752.50 before it stops. It doesn't need to make a new low of the day.
Where do you see ES down target?
I think it could get right into, a new low of the day. I don't know how far it's going to go. My suspicions are it's going to get in the range of 89.50 to 85 even. Maybe even so, just call it 87 and a quarter. And then possibly, as long as it shows a price action reversal plus Russell, making a new low price action reversal, I'm willing to take it. NQ is the only one that doesn't need to do that. Fake low in the Dow. It's not actionable yet. It's actionable basically for 665. The others didn't do what I wanted to do. I'll probably just take the risk because Russell has put in the price action reversal, but I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's like truly the end of it. I should have taken micros instead, but risk mitigation at 77. Almost at risk mitigation. Oh, never mind. Jinx myself. Pulled back hard. Coming into London's close as well. Nikkei can have a back end fill to about 33,240. We also had a good price action reversal at its major level. So I think the Russell's, I don't know if the Russell needs to make a new low anymore. Still wanting ES to make a new low, which kind of hurts my chance in the Dow, but so be it. I'm in the Dow trade. I'm actually liking the Dow more and more, especially if sellers step in right now. Sellers are stepping in. Sellers are somewhat being absorbed. Yep, they're being absorbed. But they probably have one more push to them. Again, risk mitigation at 77, 677. What made you switch from short biased? I've been risk mitigated. Is same thing as yesterday we talked about Bayman, where we're doing multiple. You're gonna get a back and forth trade or two-way trade. So if you guys hear me say back and forth trade or two-way trade, it means that you're gonna get an opportunity short side and downside, or short side and upside, and it's just about picking your spots at that point, right? Like I've always it's just about picking your spots. And since we're at the low end in the Dow, my inclination is that you know, one, we're at a major level. The Russell's at a major level, and if anything, they couple up better than anything else. Two, I saw the buying in the Russell, the Dow not so much, and then ES and NQ have they weren't able to do what I thought they were going to do, and we're coming into London's close. NQ looked like it wanted to pull it and it just kept on not pulling, which is why I personally pulled my short order, even though it's on the upper end of its range. If anything, thinking that things are going to go up, the Dow was the easier one just because it was at the low end of its day, in my opinion.
Just-
I can barely hear you, Harvey.
No, I'm just saying that the short's not off the table, is what I guess, maybe long story short.
Yeah, it's not necessarily off the table either. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you found the long in a back and forth day.
yes,
You found the long
at the right time.
in a right time yeah, exactly, right. It was the price action that showed it.
Yeah, and on top of that, Bayman, it's like if it's a back and forth day, you don't want to buy in the middle. You don't want to buy at the top. You want to buy at the lower end of the range, right? And if you want to short, you're going to short at the upper end of the range and not in the middle. Again, knowing that what this is, I'm more than ready to take this off at like 685, right? If we did have 685, so I'll probably drag my stop up. Again, knowing that this is a very, very short-term trade, I want to be below the. Oh, let me cancel that. Oh, good thing I canceled it. I think good thing. I want to be below the major level, so I can either one take it off right here, or two, trail it to say, 665, which is basically my entry. So I'll probably just trail it to my entry. Not trying to be cocky, but up for the day, and who knows what this could be, right? We're at the lower end of the day's range. We very well could just fail and take my profits, which is fine. But we can also easily get up to 756 too. So I'll just leave it at 756 and see what happens. Yeah, it can stop me out. It's fine. So the major level right there is at 676, and we basically tested it right now. So that's why I don't want to keep it below the price action. I want to keep it below that major level. And even if it runs it, it's fine. Levels aren't perfect. I risk mitigated. Stops at even, so at worst I make, I don't know, $60. Not great, but it's okay, right? Risk 120 and make 60 was not great, but yeah, I probably would. Amen. And it does look like it might stop me out. I don't know. It should really be at like 663 or 4 or something like that. Instead of my stops at 665, but it's fine. Yeah, I got stopped up. And it got up to 663, 664, which is fine. it could still need to push, and that's something that I'm still willing to re-engage if this shows me something I like. We're right here at London's close, so am I surprised? Not really. If we make a new low, I'm not surprised either. Kind of missed the buy there, or the re-entry. Kind of. I think that Russell's a good buy. Yeah, I missed it, but it's okay. See if we can get it at 665, 664. Six, six, seven up there. Not a great risk reward right here. So I'll probably be actively cutting this. Whoop, looks like shit. This should get back to 665, no problem. So if it doesn't sustain above 665, I'll cut it quick. Here goes 665. So it doesn't sustain above it, I'll cut it quick. That was a soft line in the sand. Risk mitigation's at 681 if we can get there. If we break 72, we should be able to get there. If not, if we touch if we touch 72 and pull right there, I don't mind bringing it to break even. If we do break it, I will still bring it to break even in case that's a micro top tick or whatever. So 681 is risk mitigation, and after that, we'll see what happens if we can get there. We're stalling fairly hard. This can back and fill to 74 easily. Seventy-four, 75, I should say, not 74. So it's stalled at 75. There goes 74. See, coming right back. It could have just easily been a back and fill in this sense. So it'll probably stop me out at break even, which is fine. And if it doesn't, then it just goes and you don't really have to care about it anymore. Stopped. Yep. So break even on that. The risk mitigation was too far, so I chased it about 3 or 4 points. Had I not, then I would have been able to risk mitigate properly. So yeah, it's all basically part of it. But, All right, guys. If anyone doesn't have any other questions, I'm probably gonna cut stream. Again, make it a point this month, especially as a slow month, to properly journal things and be a kick-ass journal person thing. What's up, Walter? I do, Walter, but when you say tools, what do you mean by tools? Like, are you asking me if I have additional indicators, or I don't have any other DOM? I chart trade. So you're talking about other indicators, right? No, I don't have anything else. I look at price action. I look at multiple time frame price action. I look at other markets. I look for capital flow. I don't even have a simple volume on my chart. I will look at moving averages on a bigger time frame, like a daily, stuff like that, weekly, monthly. Other than that, I don't have and levels that I generate, but like here are averages and some levels, but other than that, I don't have any kind of like what you see here is what you see. So a lot of people, I think there's a lot of different definitions of order flow, and I think it differs based on what. Hold on. Give me one quick second, okay? Walter, I promise I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I just need to use the restroom. Hey, sorry, Walter. Usually no one asks me questions, so I was like, oh, I need to go take a piss. So I was just like, oh, I'll just cut stream now. So your question was, do I look at market profile, order flow? Oh, so we're talking about order flow. So it depends on what person you're asking and what their time frame is, to understand order flow. Like a lot of, I think specifically people in here, when they think of order flow, they think of the DOM, they think of time and sales, they think of certain things like that. And that's not incorrect. That's absolutely correct for your time frame. So it really depends on what time frame we're talking about. So when you ask me, do I look at order flow? I do, and you know, it's basically price action, right? That's basically what order flow is, at least, you know, to me and to others that look at higher time frame. Now, again, whether, you know, I'm not trying to split hairs here. It really doesn't really matter what we call it. What I look at is I look at price action, or I look at the price, how it moves, the structure of things and stuff like that. So I do have a DOM. You can see it's right here. And I only use DOMs such as here as well, only for precise entries. Like I'm not using a DOM to, sorry, not even precise entries. I use a DOM to get the price I want. So if I see a level, I'm like, oh, okay, I think it should hold this level, or I should sell at this level, or sorry, exit at this level, then I'll use the DOM to put it right there. But as far as watching the ticks on the DOM, I don't do that. Not even for entries. Truth be told, a lot of times I just hit join bid. If I like it, I just join bid, because I already know that, you know, especially on a swing trade, it doesn't really. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Obviously, it matters depending on how much size you're swinging as well. But let's just say you think, you know, let's just take ES, since everyone's probably watching ES. Let's just say you think ES is a good buy right now, right? What is the difference if you hit join bid at 45.96 versus 45.96 or 95.25 or 95.50 or 95.75? You know, you're swinging it for, and assuming you're trying to aim for like 4600s or 4630s or something. So, you know, 40 points up, you know, 3 ticks doesn't mean that much. You know, it's still money. I get it. But, you know, your first and most important task at that point is to read the market correctly. And after that, I personally don't care about how many ticks I'm missing. You know, I wouldn't do that with, say, you know, like I'm trading oats. I'm so short oats right now. I wouldn't just join bid on oats. I think it's a little bit too dangerous for oats. But for the most part, I just join bid. I don't want to take too much time trying to get the best tick, especially in something like crude or NQ. It's just, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's a lot of effort being used for that. If that makes sense. Yeah, and I only use top of the book. I don't use anything else, JPM. I never have any. Well, I shouldn't say I never have. I have, you know, previously, a long time ago, you know, top of the book. And even when I'm scalping now, oh fuck, look at Dow. Even when I'm scalping now, I'm only using top of the book, and I'm using price action. Right. So if a price action is a tick chart, and let's just say that equates to, you know, movement instead of time-based or momentum-based charts, then if you zoom out to, say, like a 15, 20, 30, 40 tick chart, then that gives you a different price action. Or you can zoom out to, say, 100, 1,000 tick chart, then that gives you a different price action, right? And you can just base it on that to get it. I think Retro used to use a lot of tick charts, so if you guys want to ask her, or volume chart, right? Retro? I don't remember. Yeah, volume. Okay, she's okay. So, and to each his own. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not gonna, you know, even for time-based charts, it's like you just gotta know what it is and what it isn't, right? So if I look at a 5-second chart and I see some kind of reversal, it's like you should know that holds very little substance in versus say like a weekly or something, right, or an hourly. But yeah, so I don't use anything special as far as indicators. For the most part, it's just moving averages, um, levels that I program to draw so I can bring it up, which I don't have to anymore because TradingView has the global setting thing. And I do have my own personal daily moves, meaning how far extended an asset or how far can an asset go before it's considered extended, right? So a lot of people use like standard deviations, last 30 days, last 18 days, standard deviations, and that's all great and all, but the way I made it is that these standard deviations are not symmetrical, meaning, let's just say one standard deviation in ES is like 20 points. Then it will be 20 points up, 20 points down. And then the second standard deviation will be, 40 points up, 40 points down. Third standard deviation would be like 60 points, blah, blah, right? But that's incorrect in my eyes. When I say incorrect, it's just my opinion, okay? So don't take it the wrong way. It's incorrect in my eyes because the market is not a sideways market. It's perpetually up. So if your standard deviation to the downside is equal to the standard deviation to the upside, then that's not a true standard. Like in my eyes, it doesn't really tell the full story. So my standard deviations are to the downside much less than the standard deviation to the upside, if that makes sense. That's not necessarily true. There are plenty of times where the what I call the names will actually move before ES will move. And vice and sometimes ES does lead, but sometimes the names will lead, right? Like say Microsoft is leading or something, it can drag up a lot of things. Nvidia, Netflix, all those, they can drag ES up even though ES is droopy. It really depends on the regime. And that's the whole part of the capital flow thing is like it's not just reading a chart, but it's also reading where the money's going to go and then reading what's holding it, what's not holding it. And when you put it all together, and today was a good example of like, oh, we're not ready to drop yet because X, Y, and Z, at the time it was the Russell, hasn't achieved this number to drop. And once it did, it literally everything just dropped with it. So it's about understanding it. Now, a lot of people will come in and say, oh, that means the Russell's leading it. No, that's absolutely not right. You have to find what is leading it at that regime and or that day. Because, depending on your time frame, it could be the Russell, it could be the Dow, it could be the bonds, it could be NQ, it could be ES, it could be a dollar. Hell, it could be a multitude of those things. So to just focus on, say, the NQ, the Dow, or the dollar, or gold, or it shifts. If you learn capital flow, your hit rate is like really, it should be a lot higher, and you should be able to hold on to trades a lot longer. Cool. Anyone else have comments or questions or anything like that before? I mean, I'm down to answer questions just if nothing. I'm not going to trade anymore. So, I think you asked this before, and I have no clue whether you can find books on these. I learned it from people, and it took a long, long time to learn from them. Meaning, there was no structure to it. It was just like, you know, people call something, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'll ask. And then if they feel like they're in the mood to answer you, they'll answer you. And that's how I learned. And oftentimes, you know, they're not the first group or person I've learned through that method. So it's taught me like how to be patient. Like even, I don't know, computer stuff or learning stuff from my dad and stuff like that. It's like, you know, old people, they just, you know, they're busy, and when they feel like it, they'll answer you. And it's tough. And sometimes they're not there. You know, sometimes they have to go to a chemotherapy appointment. I'm not joking about that. I think for the most part, you know, that's fairly basic, but there's a lot more to it. You know, it's not just saying the dollar, the gold, the boon, or whatever, right? It's also, well, how? Like, in what way? What percentage does that matter? Because, I mean, for the most part, the you know, the 30-year is down a lot. So why is ES not positive? You know, gold is down a lot. Why is ES not positive? And it's not just knowing the capital flow, but matching the levels to it. And there are certain reasons why, you know, gold is down. There's certain reasons why bond is down, and why ES is still down as well, and why ES can't just shoot up and be positive for no reason, right? Capital flow has a lot to do with like macro and microeconomics as well. Oh, jeez. Ira just asked a fucking question in regards to August and December for the last 15 years. Jesus. Kind of sad. Missed this Dow trade. Would have been a good winner. What's up, Cosmo? All right, guys. No more questions. I'm gonna bounce. All right, later, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
See you, Zero. Thanks.
Are you at a party? She's at a party.
Oh, no.
All right, guys. Later, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye.